Okay. 1 second. There we go. Okay. All right. A little bit later, but still earlier than some. Right. This is going to be uh, Discord. Uh, Discord. I was trying to set stuff up with the macros for OBS, but as usual, it's a learning curve with OBS. That I'm going to just very briefly look at what we have to do today. On day one, we took care of some stuff for day one, but we still have so some of these things we're not going to be sticking like to every single aspect of this. Like I don't think we're going to have braking in this. You're just going to have like a minimum speed, and there might be things you can do to accelerate. Steering, obviously. Some thoughts were coming into. That's pretty much what I was using it the last couple of days for, just to really fine-tune the vision for what this looks like in play before I start really getting into it. So I have like a pretty good vision on what I want that I can just build off of that. So where this leads. I also did a little bit of research to like just see some new stuff that Unity has out that might be worth looking into to learn how they work. So I'm going to be using VFX Graph for creating particle effects, which promises to be a more intuitive way of handling it than the old way, which is just that collapsible series of possibilities. So if there's a fine gentleman by the name of Roman Leko, who I'm assuming it's okay to shout him out, but basically he streams as well. I was watching the stream and I saw him using the particle system, and so I just like did some digging and found that Unity had a VFX particle system. So the hope here is to, if he sees it, try something different, because he likes to stick to the old ways. The old ways. So, and we also need to handle this. So we did start some of this also. So we really just have these two things to take care of today. And then we can get into maybe some of day two. So like making maybe starting easy with post-processing. The heck is this? Layout, initial segments. Right, so this is some level design stuff. And then we have to code together the sorry, we have to code together the level generator. So this is just going to create the visual aspects of the game for us. Alright. Not too big of a deal. I mean, this is going to be the longest part. Well, this might actually be the longest part right here. This just depends on what we're going to be doing with implementation. Okay. Okay, so let's go back to day one. And let's make a character controller. Camera should be... I think we can even just count this as done for the most part. Position the cape vehicle. Camera near the vehicle. Yeah, we can consider this done, because we did that day one. So we really just have this to do day one. And that's it. That's pretty much it. So yeah, let's get to it. So on day 0 is when I did most of this stuff. Right, so that was in the last stream. Day 0 was the day that I was putting together this stuff. I just happened to have some extra time and decided to try to knock out some stuff. Day 1. So, like, we got all the assets in and everything like that. Alright, let's get to it. Let's make sure that OBS is keeping up with my changes. Okay. So this was one of the problems that I was having with OBS. It wasn't picking up the switch to... Where is it? Right. Is it doing it? Nope, it's not. Give me 1 second. Trying out some other new things. For this. So yeah, like I said, I was doing some research on VFX Graph. There's really nothing here. It looks like I did stuff, but it's just, I installed VFX Graph, which you can do by just going to the package manager and installing, and then I did a little bit of like stuff to just see how it works, but there's really nothing there. What the cool thing about it is that it throws all your VFX, all particles that are made through the system onto your GPU, so that's always cool. By default it does that. It's awesome. I like when you just throw things onto the GPU. You can get away with a lot more when you do that. Let's see. So we're looking for... we are looking for this. Advanced. We've disabled everything else, and I was hoping that disabling everything else would make this better.
3, 2, 1, go!
It's not in alphabetical order, so that's a thing. So if I do, let's see if the other way is working before, because then I could just copy paste the other way. Okay, so the other way does work, it just doesn't work going back to Unity. Right, so let's take a look. Ah, there we go. Found it. I think. Okay. All right, let's see if this works now. Save. Ah, ha. It doesn't work. I'm gonna try one more thing. Like, you always just bump into these issues as soon as you turn things on and you realize, hey, it's not working as it was the day before yesterday. Did they change? I think I might have updated Unity, and that might be what... Yeah. I think that's it. I think I updated Unity. I think I just have to make a new one. I'm gonna delete these. Maybe they're messing things up. Okay, let's try it now. Nope, it doesn't work. Whatever, let's just keep going. We've spent, like, I have to figure this out. I think I just have to delete the whole thing and put it in again. That's my best guess, because sometimes things like that happen. Alright, but for now I have to just manually do this. Kinda sucks, but... Okay, get to it. So, let's run play mode and see where we left off. That's pretty cool. Okay. All right, let's. I was messing with this stuff. So this is the new way of creating visual effects or particle effects. Visual effects, same thing. So we're just messing with it. I learned that you can get this stuff going around it. First, you have to start off with like a spawn system. Kind of follows like mono behavior pattern. And then we do the initialization. So just made a lifetime. We set the lifetime to some random amount. This. Then I gave it a radius. Well, I created a position, set it to circle. I think we can set this to sphere. What does it do? Yeah, that's sphere. But we set it to circle. All right. And we will give that circle radius back over here. Okay. So the idea of this right now, or my goal for this, is to make a Yeah, okay, there we go. My goal with it was to make speed lines.
Circular position. We're gonna go ahead.
There you go. It looks like each one of these is done per particle, right? That looks like the idea when we set these up. So let's do that. So the next thing that we want to do, so it's pretty quick. We just need to just click the part of it. So we have the initialization over here. This is the update. And then I guess you can, yeah, well, I mean, it says it's out. So this is like the renderer, basically. So we just click the node. Well, let's consider these kind of like bases. We click the base, and then we can just press spacebar, which will bring up a pop-up. And I'm gonna just pick scale. So I want to do, I want to set the scale of each one, right? And we want to get a random range. Yeah, we want to get a random range, or give it a range for its X and Y values. Yeah. A little bit weird, but it is what it is. Oops. How do you add again? Oh yeah, over here. Property. We want to do a vector. This is going to be X. Okay, and we need to make 2. Random. And I guess, yeah, this is going to be a float. Can we just Control D to duplicate? Yes, we can. Awesome. So this one will be for X. And this one will be here. Okay, so now we're just supplying a random value based on the range that we provided. So let's populate that range. Okay. So it looks like we gotta make this larger. I get it. Go 0.3 and 0.7. Looks pretty cool. Maybe we should increase the radius a little bit. Maybe 1.25. And possibly I'm going to change the offset on this a little bit. I should change that on Twitch. I'm not doing it yet. I want to goof around. I'm actually having fun goofing around with this thing. And we still have to get at least the character controller in working order before today's up, so I want to put less into the We'll see more. I think we're going to get to see more of what this is supposed to look like when we finish making it. Okay, so yeah, this is a quad. Okay. Oh, shoot, nice. Ah, that was like the first one that I had. I didn't even know I had that. That's cool. We need to set the orientation. Oh. This is look at position. Huh. That's weird. It's not applying. I don't think it's applying the where is this thing? Hey, what's going on, Bareth? Um, about to make an endless. Well, I'm not even sure what's showing on. 'Cause my OBS is messed up. Okay. Yeah, there we go. So I'm about to make a endless runner style game, but it's with. I'll just run it and show you. Yeah, let's do it like that. I don't know if it's gonna break now since we're running this, but. So this kind of game, where you go left, right, and you start dodging stuff that are coming down with the car, picking up power-ups, dodging pedestrians, crossing the street, etc., etc. But it's supposed to be infinite away, and things will just get faster and faster and faster and faster and faster until it becomes ridiculous. What's going on, man? But oh yeah, so I'm also messing with the Unity's new I don't know if it kind of is new anymore, but it's new VFX graph. So I'm using this to create particles instead of using the old particle system, and it's actually really fun. Like I really find this much easier to work with than the whole cascading system with the particle system. By the way, is the music loud? Because it's hard for me to tell on my end. On my side, it sounds like it's very low, but I don't know if it's coming through too loud in the video. Adding custom shader would make it cool for this. Adding, huh? What do you mean? You mean? Okay. What do you mean custom shader? Adding custom shader would make it cool for this type of game? Like a shader of what exactly? Like, I'm gonna be doing a shader at some point for things like the taillights. I'm going to need that. Well, I might do that as a particle effect, because I want to test out this system more, but I also want to, and we could also just use motion blur for a lot of the stuff, but it'd be nice to, it depends, I'll see what happens. If it's easier to just do a shader for like the blur and the lights, I meant own shader style. Right, but I mean like of what exactly? Adding a custom shader would make it cool for this type of game. Yeah, but like that's what I mean. Like, what do you mean by? What exactly would the shader be about? You have in mind? That's what I think. That's what I'm asking. That's pretty cool too. Like when we do, I did a little script to get this character inside of the car sitting. I don't know if she's properly. Yeah, okay, but it'll work with any character, so it's pretty awesome. I think we can up the number. Let's up the number to like 32. How's that look? I think that looks... yeah. Hey, Clayton. Clayton Jensen. That's very similar to one of my favorite writers' names, Clayton Christensen. Yeah, it's a cyberpunk-styled race... endless runner, not racing game. So you get to do a lot of speeding up. So I was just messing with Unity's new particle system to see like if it's easier to do it this way, and it's drastically better. In my opinion, it's just drastically better than their old system. All right, let's. The cool thing about this is these are scriptable objects, so I don't have to worry about like editing stuff in play mode. Right? It's just really so much. It's just so much more convenient. These things could use a bit more range though. Probably 120. That looks good. What do you guys think for the like when you're going super fast zoom effect with the camera zooms in and then it's going to trigger this off and it looks like you're going faster? Like the field of view will get tighter. You come in and, or actually I think the field of view will zoom out a bit and then you go in and do your thing. I like it. Okay. I think I like it. Reduce the camera angle? Yeah, that's what I was thinking also. Let's try that. I'm gonna run it just to see. Okay, let's try messing with the camera angle a little bit and get it to someplace that feels better. So I think the way, because I'm using Cinemachine for this, I would have usually used my own system, but I wanted to try all of Unity's solutions. So I'm give me a bit for like learning curve. I just got to remember how Cinemachine likes to handle. Oh, nope, that's not it. Let's undo that. I think maybe this is going to be it, the offset. Okay, yeah. I think we just got to go like this and go down. Huh. No, that's not it. Yeah, a little bit zoom out and some blur would look good when... Yeah, I agree. I think that is... I made a few streams ago, I made a game feel script. I think I did it on stream, but basically it handles all of that for... It's in this, I haven't hooked up events to it yet. This is just me setting up the bare bones for the character controller. So first I'm going to get the camera together, things like that. But first we need to figure out... Can I do it this way? No. I think we have to do it this way. Like that. And let's go to the scene view real quick. Can we just go like... Nope, we can't move that. There's obviously something that I'm missing. I'm thinking it's probably this. No. Maybe it's that. Ah, there we go. I think it's showing too much of the front, though, by doing it that way. Let's... I think I see a problem. I think I see the problem. Let's try centering everything. There we go. Now let's zoom in a bit. Are we getting closer? What do you think? Like that? All right, let's give it a nice round number. Go 6.5. I wanted to bring the car back into the camera because I wanted to give the player more... See, even though it doesn't look like it, even though you can technically see further ahead this way, if you bring the car back, the area that really matters is like over here for the player. So they'll be able to react. Like, even if you have stuff that you can see down here, the stuff that your brain is actually going to be computing is like in the immediate area, right? So that's why I really didn't go for this angle, because I wanted the car to be further back. Let's try seeing if I can get the best of both worlds on this. Right, get the car further back, and but now the car is taking up too much of the screen. Let's see, maybe... Maybe like that. So now you have your immediate, but the car is really, like, you don't care about this area. So this is all just wasted screen space is what I'm thinking. The area right behind the car. Yeah, that's what I'm messing with a bit. I think we have to actually do this to get the like, that controls how much of the area behind the car is visible. And also the Z does. And then we can do... That's perfect, I think. That's perfect. I think that's where it is. What do you guys think? That's going to mess with the target. Like, if we change that... Right now, it's automatically tracking this target. So if we do like a look ahead, it's going to be trying to smoothen the... it's just finicky. I don't use it, but it's going to try to smooth out the... well, I mean, maybe they made it better. It's been a year since I've used it last. But it's going to try to predict and smooth out the motion of the camera. The trick is that the camera isn't actually moving in this. So this idea of look ahead won't really work for this, since the ground is what's moving, not the camera, not the target. If that makes sense. Like, if we were moving the camera around and doing all types of stuff, then look ahead would be easier to work with, basically. But since in this case it's actually the ground moving, like, everything is just... So what's happening here is the ground is moving. I'll speed it up so you can see it easier. The ground is moving, and we're just recycling the same ground. So if we go all the way over to here, the ground that just went behind the car will appear over here, and it just keeps looping. Right? And so since we're not actually moving the car, that look ahead won't really matter, because the camera isn't really moving. Oh, well, maybe for like FMVs when we're like moving the camera from one target to look at to another target, I guess, maybe. All right, I think this is good. I like this. Let's go back to Cinemachine real quick and grab those values. Let's copy this component. And 0.2 on this one. So let's going to undo my stuff. Then we're just going to paste the values back in, and we're good. And it was 0.2 over here. Okay. And then we just need to fix this. I think we can do it from here. Nope, we can't. All right, let's zero this out. There we go. Okay. Let's go over here and increase the radius by, let's say, 3. Okay. Let's decrease this to 2.5. There we go. And let's... I think it's the x-axis. Nope. This is the z-axis. No, it isn't. Okay, sure, we can do it this way. So negative 1.5. That looks good. I like it. Let's increase this to, I guess, 64. All right, we're done. So we now have our speed boost thing. When we're going really fast, we just trigger this on. Okay, let's save. And we will go back to the scene. And I guess we can just turn this off for now. If we turn it on, yeah, it's interesting. All right. So the next thing that we have to do is I want the car. So this is what it does right now. I want the car when I hit D or A to go left or right, but only go left or right to a certain amount. Right? That's what we want. We want to make sure that we don't go past a certain point. Also, when we do that tilt, when we do the turn, I want it to also tilt a bit. So like the car will shift a little to the left, kind of look like it's weighty as it's going. So we're going to want to tilt a weight tilt property. So that's probably going to be... All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Whoops, there we go. So we need some way of knowing where the edges of the road are. Right? One way to do that is to put two colliders on the side of the car to detect, or we could do detect collision on the, because the car I think has a collider on it. Let's check. Yeah, okay, so it has a mesh collider on it. We don't need a mesh collider on this. What about all of you? No colliders. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, we don't need a mesh collider being active on this. We can get away with something much cheaper. Just do box collider. Okay. Visualize, and yeah, that's fine. So if we're going to have a collider on this, we should probably use it. Two markers at the same X and Z at the edge of the road, parented to the car. That's what I was thinking. But so they would actually be parented to, or they wouldn't be parented, right? It would just be something that something has to set them, because if you parent them, then we worry about the. Well, let me reread what you said. Two markers at the same X, B, of the edge of the road, parented to the car. Count the distance from the car to the marker. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. If you, yeah, they'll move with the car if you parent it. So that's what I was thinking originally, but we can have a fancier way of handling this. Right? Because let's say down the road I want to make it so the road is wider. Then pre-calcing it is going to be problematic anyway. Or if we want to add turns, because right now it's just a straight thing, but what if we want to add turns in a later iteration of the game? Right? So we're going to need something that will take that in. I don't want to have to upend old code to implement that. So we're just going to use this collider and then have it try to detect collisions. We're not using rigid body. We could probably use rigid body for that. And then if we use rigid body, we would also get access to velocity. Have a star for the idea. So it was a good idea. So, but I think I'm gonna go with. I think I'm gonna go with the collider. Let's do something. Let's actually open up the code and take a look at what's going on here. Okay. So there we go. So first thing we want to check is on collision. I have not used this in years. So on collision, enter. Right? We can detect the collision. So since the road has colliders on the sides, we can use this to detect collision with the sides. We can do that. Does that make sense, though? All right, let's play it out. Let's see what happens. Because we could use this for other things, like when we collide. Yeah, this makes. But I would rather use trigger. Trigger is just. You know what? I don't care. I don't care. Let's just do it. Screw it. Let's just do it. Serialized field. And we need to track our own before we do that. Yeah, we need to track this. Where is it? The script is called... Where the heck is it? Anchor. So we need to track the driver anchor. Okay. There we go. So we do know that we're going to need tilt. So let's start with serialized field, float, max tilt, serialized field, min. No. We're just exposing this so I could see it. That's really it. After that, after we know it works, we're just going to get rid of it. We're also going to be creating our own sort of quote-unquote physics system. So we're going to need... Let's actually bring it over here. We're going to need access to a velocity, and we don't need this, so we're just going to call this vector 3 direction. Okay, we're also going to need access to on enable as well as on disable, and we're going to need to create a method. I think there's a region. Okay, so first we're going to make a method to private void get direction vector 3 direction, and direction is going to equal to new vector 3 direction dot x. Okay, so this is going to be coming to us from our input system, so might as well we hook that in. So input manager on updated get direction. Oh, it's a vector too. So if you're interested in seeing how that input manager is made, it's pretty simple stuff. Just let me know. I'll show it and walk it through it. So now we have a direction. The next step is, so we're also, I guess we're going to be using fixed update. For handling the velocity changes. Well, actually, we don't need that. We're going to be using velocity for tracking speed. So we just need acceleration and the max speed that we allow. You know, in Godot, you could have done, like, the thing that you suggested, you could do that. Sort of. Sort of. It wouldn't have worked, now that I think about it, in that situation either. Because... yeah, it's just too complicated, because let's say, like... I don't know. I think that it would have just gotten more complex if I had gone that route. Because in Godot, you would have to do top level, check to true. But once you do that, these are independent objects in the world, right? It just... I think that's more of a game dev side, less programmer. So I'd have to like go back. Right now I want to focus in on just the script part. So this is programmer hat. We'll get back to game dev hat in a second. Hello, Mahmed. Okay. So the direction is set. How are you doing, sir? Or ma'am? Okay, so let's private void over here we're going to be handling the drift. The velocity that we're talking about here is really... So, do we care? I guess we could use this just for being 100% authentic. So let's just do that. But we can ignore that. So on handle drift, all we need is the velocity. Is going to be plus equals, or rather, the velocity dot x is going to be plus equals the direction dot x times. So we can actually do it like this: math f dot move toward. Or we could do a smooth step. I think we can do a smooth step on this. Now, let's save that for later. For right now, we're just going to take the velocity dot x, then go velocity or mathf lamp max and we're going to take in 0 and the max speed, and then we can do or acceleration. There we go. All right, so now we have a good formula for handling our drifting velocity. We need a method to check okay. So let's think about the logic here. When we go to the right and we hit the wall, we want to say, hey, we can't go any further to the right, but we want to do it in as cheapest way as possible. So I don't like this. So we can do it like this then. There we go. So if the wall is none, then we can drift, and we'll execute on changing the velocity. Otherwise, we'll do other checks. If the direction is left, and we are at the left wall, then we don't drift, and so on. Pretty simple stuff. Okay. I guess we can try to test it out just to see. Well, first let's actually hook in this part. We need to tell it what this is. So let's make another method. Private void change update wall. So we're gonna get the collision. Can you check the tags here? I forgot how this works. So I think it's called that collider. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, so now that'll just update this, and we also need to do else. Right, so whenever we handle a collision event, so we'll do that here, update the wall. That's pretty simple, pretty straightforward. I like it. And we also need to tell it to handle the drift, so we'll do that in fixed update. We don't have tilt in yet. We're about to hook that in if this works. Right? And that's over here. But let's see. Let's see if this works. By tapping left and right now, we should be able to left and right. Let's go back to this. Unity needs handle its business. Okay. All right, so let's go to the prefab real quick and update. Where is it? I think it's over here in persistent scene. No. Road controller? Can I just change them here? That would be nice. Okay, so I think that's it. I think we have. Let's check on my prefabs because I don't think it's the same prefabs. Give me one sec. Roads. We have long road times 4. I think that's the one that we're using. 2.5 lane. Yeah, so we're using this one, like the super long version. That's basically this, so we've updated it. Alright, let's try it out. I guess we have to put like a print debug or something to let us know. Actually, we should be able to see right away, so we don't need to do any additional code. Shouldn't need. Okay. All right, let's try it. We are not seeing any movement. I'm pressing W. I'm pressing A and pressing all of them. A and D, nothing. I'll be right back. Give me 1 sec. Okay, sorry about that. We're back. Okay. So, I need to find out what's happening. It could be that we're not communicating. It could be that we're not communicating with the input manager. Or it could be that we're not even getting to here, so let's just walk through the steps. We should be getting this part. Right? So let's just do a check here. Are we getting there? And then from here, should be running handle drift every frame. But we have a check here, which is hand drift. So we want to find out if we're getting to this. So let's go back and I wonder. I do this. Nope, still doesn't work. Okay, whatever. I have to figure that out at some point. There we go. Okay. So let's see. Are you gonna crash? No, we're not even getting there. So we are not getting direction. Where's the player? Player script. It's not changing the velocity value. Nothing is happening. What are we forgetting? Did we forget something? Player is active. Huh. Alright. Looks like it's time to get granular. Okay, now let's try it. Interesting. So we are getting past it. We are getting here. But it isn't setting the Oh! Yeah, I think I get what. Have max speed. What did we set max speed? Max speed is 5. The velocity plus direction that gotten. Oh, I think I see the problem. There we go. Alright, now let's try it. That should have fixed it. I hope. Okay, so we have changes in the direction. Sort of. Let's clear this. 1, 0, -1. Okay. That's it. That's all we needed. So we know that the directions are working. So we know that we're getting getting past that. Okay, and we're getting to here. Awesome. You know what we forgot? We forgot to actually apply the velocity change. That's what we forgot. Haha. We're done. Well, at least I am. You guys are geniuses. Rocket scientists. So I think this this should be negative max speed. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now let's try it. Oh, yeah, there we go. That's gone. And you're gone. We just need to figure out what the lowest amount is. What the heck is going on? This is supposed to be you move towards this velocity. Oh, oops. There we go. Okay, now it's too small, so let's just increase that. Let's increase it slowly. Granted, we should have more control over it now. There we go. Ah, turn the other way. Velocity is a real thing. Awesome. Okay, I like it. Okay, so as part of any good velocity, quote unquote physics system, we want to introduce some drag. Let's do that. Now, this part isn't going to work yet, for whatever reason. I'm pretty sure it's not working. So it might be that I need to actually have the collider or something that can detect it on the game object with the actual collider on it. I forget how Unity, if it picks up children with colliders or if it's only the collider with the. It would make sense if it was not that way. All right, so we can get rid of this. And we need to implement drag. So the very first thing that we want to do is there we go. Alright, there, our fake physics system is basically done. I guess we can go back and test what it feels like real.
Привет, пешеход. Это Рейзер. Я тут уже без тебя заскучал. Кстати, твоя тачка передает привет. Кажется, я ей больше нравлюсь.
Is the running? Oh, yeah, there we go.
Three, two, one, go!
Alright, drag is working fine. Increase it a little bit though. 25%. So I'm curious, what happens if I do this? It still does that. So it's not a matter of the collider hitting anything. Oh, it is. Like it feels smoother. Like, All right, looks good. Now it's about precision. Way too light. Okay, now the next thing is, so we need something to deal with this over here. Just remove this component real quick. And we will apply that. Let's look at the box collider again. See if we can do something about this. Okay, that's good enough. Make it actually higher up. Good enough. I'm really tempted to throw a rigid body on this. Super tempted right now. So far, we're doing okay with that one. So now let's make a new script. Go to the player and we will just grab this stuff. Should we do it this way? I don't think we need to. Yeah, we don't need to. Let's just copy this. Okay, there we go. So now this needs a reference. It makes more sense to do it that way. Alright, let's see now. Hopefully that works. And while we're at it, we can just take this and put it in there. Makes sense to leave it in this area. Are we good? I think we're good. Alright, let's try it now. Okay, so we got the car to move. We have a good value for it over here. I think these values work. The next thing is to get it to detect the wall. So the trick is going to be when I hit the wall, assign this real quick, that when I hit the wall, the car should no longer allow me to go to the right from pressing to the right. All right. Is there a wall? Okay, it is set. Ah. It should basically just stop me as soon as I hit over here. Right? I mean, that's the idea. These walls have colliders. Oh, okay. I think that's what we forgot. I think this is the collider. There's weird things happening. There's like 2 box colliders. Untagged. We need to check this. And then there's the walls. I think this is the ground. And these are the walls. What's going on with this? Yeah. Should be interacting with this. All right, let's find out what's going on here. That was weird. Let's see if we're actually colliding. Where are you? Wall checker. Fair enough. Okay, so this is what we're checking for. So first, let's do a print on this, just for case sake. And then we call update the wall. D. It could be that this part of the condition is just not being met, right? That's a possibility also. Or it could be that this part of the condition is coming online all the time. We have a couple of possibilities. Okay, so we just need to know if we're colliding, not detecting the collision. Did I forget? Maybe it's a layer issue. Let's find out. No, it's not. Oh, my brain. Okay. Unity, please help me. What's the issue? What's this? Provides contacts? No. That's for like if we don't have on collision already, which we do, and this doesn't. That'd be a weird way to implement this. Like if I actually put the script on the wall, so if you collided with the wall. You know what? You know what? We are game developers first. So let's do some game development solutions to this. First thing is first. We are going to go to the player and we're going to add a rigid body. Don't worry, we're not doing anything with it. Yeah, nothing crazy anyway. We turn everything off. So this is going to be kinematic. Where is that option? Oh, there it is. It's kinematic. So we don't use gravity. We don't do anything with this. And we're going to set the contact layer. Of this. Okay, there. So I think that's actually good enough for what we need. Right? Am I right? Am I right? And then over here in this, we're going to add, well, actually, let's go over here. This should not be under art, I think. We should want to put this under resources, but for now, because we have why is prefabs? Prefabs shouldn't. Did I put prefabs under art? Sure, whatever. We're gonna put these over here. Physics, material. Okay, before we do this, let's see what this even feels like when we run it now with a rigid body on it. Even if it's kinematic, I'm curious to know what I'm dealing with. Okay. Let's turn kinematic off. So we're going to turn drag down, no mass. And we're going to clamp rotations. And okay, and okay, good enough. Okay, it looks like rigid body is going to be the solution we want to go for. So it simplifies the code a lot if we do it. Okay. Let's come out of this. Oh, whoops. Can I reopen that? Restore closed tab. There we go. Okay. Alright, so let's adjust the script. We're going to be using the rigid body instead. For now, let's keep it simple. Do we do this? Let's do it the right way. You know, I want to try it this way, just to see. Autocomplete. So we can get rid of this. So because of that, we also need to get rid of this now. Or, yeah, we have to do that. Or we could introduce this. Okay. Meanwhile, with the drag, we don't need this anymore. We'll be using the rigid bodies drag. All right, let's see what this feels like. So first, let's turn back off this. We're going to have to implement what looks like a floating capsule system for this as well. But that's fine, right? That's a floating brick in this case. So we're going to put 8.1 drag on this, and let's go. And I think I fell through the ground. Did I? No, we're there. We're still in the same spot. Where are we? Where did the ground go, is the question. Where the heck did the ground go? It just didn't spawn the ground? Is there an error? No. There's no ground being spawned anyway. Oh, I think it... Okay, there we go. I think I might have clicked it twice. Probably what it was. Okay, what does it feel like? It feels like I am not moving. So let's increase the acceleration a bit. Let's increase max speed to let's say 100. Like that. I think I see it moving. Go 1000. Is it moving? I don't know if it's playing tricks on me or not. I think it is moving. Feels... I think it is moving. I just don't. No, I don't think it's moving. No, it is. See? We're getting X and Y differences. It's just the value is super. Like I'm pressing it. Yeah, it's moving. When I press it, the values are changing. It's super tiny. Let's go like to 3,000. Okay. I think it's still counting this drag. I think that's what it was. No, we turned drag off. Oh, I see. This calls for a overhaul. Granted, we didn't do a lot, but it's still gonna be a overhaul. So the very first thing is, I don't even know if I'm mentally prepared for coding today, I'll be honest, but we're gonna try to force it out of me. Let's do private void. So we're going to implement floating the car. We are going to we don't need this anymore. Do we? No. This is all going to just be built in to handle drift. Okay, so we don't need that anymore. Let's get rid of this. Oh, son of a gun. And I think it froze. There we go. Yeah, it's frozen. Okay. One sec. Okay, there we go. So we're going to make an assumption that the ground is always at vector 3 or is always at y0. I just don't... I mean, we could do the whole ground check, I guess. I don't think we need to, though. Should we do a ground check? Should we do it the right way, or should we just try to be skimpy on the details? Let's just do it the right way. Okie doke. So we can get rid of these. For now, we're gonna get rid of all of this. We can keep those two. Probably not the wall checker. Definitely the anchor. Now that we know we're going to be using rigid body, fine, let's put this up further. Okay. So we're going to need oh, come on, brother. Okay, so we need to know the amount of force that the spring is going to be exerting back up to the rigid body, the height of the spring from wherever we're making contact, the dampening for the force, and then the height, the target height that this object wants to be at from wherever the contact was, which means we also are going to need contacts. So we're going to want to get a layer. Hello, big decimal. Layer mask, ground layer, and we are going to what are you trying to get the information from Avatar? I think it's exclamation currency. I can check right now. Hold on. And let's there we go. All right, so I think it's done. I think it's currency. Give me a sec. I need to. Log in real quick and we can check. Yeah. I think there's another one for leaderboard. Yep, there you go. Okay. So we also are going to need, since we're here, we're going to need a speed. Or drift speed, let's call it that. Right? This is going to control how fast we move from left to right, basically. And yeah, there we go. This is going to be probably be expanded later on, but this is just a beginning. Over here, we need to track an array of hits. Thank you for following, Decimal. Thank you very much. That's awesome. That is awesome. So I believe this is raycast hits, if I remember correctly. And we can just do ground hits equal to new raycast hit, and we're gonna set this to like 5. Okay, so now I like to do it this way, where I make a method, call it private int I'm trying to remember how it is. I think it's non physics. That's what it is. Physics dot So in this case, I usually like to do sphere cast, but in this case, I think it's okay to use a raycast because the sphere cast is really for like when I'm making games where there's a lot of Y movement and you can grab on ledges and stuff like that. I like to use sphere cast instead. I think raycast is fine. Okay, so we need array. Ground hits. The max distance is going to be the spring height. And the layer mass is going to be the ground layer. If it's greater than 0, grounded, let's make that real quick a bool down here. So we can do something like grounded is equal to greater than 0. And we return hits. Right? So that should do the trick. Okay, good enough. So now we have a way of detecting if there is ground beneath us. We just need to get the hit. So over here we do if grounded. Then we do this. So it's going to be a little bit off of the noggin. Give me 1 second. Let's get this out of the way first. So if we're grounded, we want to take care of a couple of things. Right? So first we need to know the direction. Let's take a look at the scene real quick. So yeah, okay. It's conventional. So our... Oops. Relative direction is going to be equal to P dot down. So then we need to do a displacement. So we know that we're over here, so this should have a hit. So we can just do ground hit. Right, and that should be our displacement basically. And then we just need to get the relative velocity from the dot of it. Linear velocity. Right, and now we should apply the damping force. Or rather, we need to calculate the dampening. Let's make it 2 times the square root. No, that's not good. You should have something over here, right? Yeah, spring force. Let's make it 2 times the spring force. Rear root is 2 times the spring. Should be good. Right. That should be good for the dampening. And then finally we just get the spring force. Or forces. Call it that. Right, so this is going to be placement. Miss, or rather multiply by the string. This is now, this is now minus. Relative velocity times the displacement. Oh, no, whoops. What are you crying about now? Should be right. Float in vector 3. Something that's a vector 3 here. Relative direction. That's true. That's the vector. Oh, whoops. Relative velocity. Okay. And so now let's do add force. Or rather, body. Add force. So we take the relative direction and then multiply it by forces. And I think we just leave it as is. Force mode is fine for this. Okay, so this should create a floating car for us right now. Right, so let's test this out. We're going to disable this. Right now, the only thing that should be working is floating car. So let's try it out. Let's see what happens. Okay. There we go. Okay. All right. Let's see what happens when we do this. So we just need to go here and start messing with values. So our spring force is going to be that, and we're going to increase the height. And then increase the ride height. Happening a little bit. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? Alright, we're just gonna go crazy with these numbers and see something happen. I have to be careful because these can like easily crash Unity. Nothing. Oh, that's why. We forgot to set what ground is. One sec. But while we're here, might as well we just set everything to 1. Except this can But we need to actually tell it what the... Which probably means we want to create a ground layer. Okay, and that probably means that we want to... That's annoying. Alright, whatever. Yes to children. Okay, it's not as annoying as I thought it was going to be. And all of these are ground layer. Awesome. Okay. So now this should work. I think. Should work. Oh, we forgot. So we just set this to ground also. Hopefully it picks up on it. Good. Ah, yeah. Big issue. It's at infinity for some reason. I have no clue what's going on with this car, but it's saying it's at infinity. Are we getting any hits? No, we're not. Alright, let's do a quick check. Let's find out if, let's close this for now, or... okay. Oh! I'm a dummy. I'm truly a dummy. I forgot to call this. Okay, there we go. Alright, before we mess anything up, let's try it now that we're actually calling this. And let's set ground right now. Nothing. Hmm. I think the relative force is just way too weak. Or rather, the forces coming out are just... That's what I'm thinking. This number, whatever this is just way too small. But this should be... Well, first, let's even find out if we're getting 2 grounded is true. If we're not even getting there, then... Yep, grounded is saying false the entire way. Yep, grounded is saying false. So it is telling me that we are not on the ground. Is the ground actually not ground? Let's find out. It says it's ground. But the collider on that is off. So it's just going to go right through it. So let's go up a level. That's ground also. So if we go up a level, get this collider. Right. And that's ground. So this should be... This should be picking this up as true. Okay, I don't need you to be a raycast. I think we have the... I think... Oh. We forgot something here. Yeah. All right, now let's try it. I'm just going to try this real quick. If it doesn't work, then we'll try other things. Yeah, it's still coming back false. Okay, so we're back in the code. I don't want to crack open my old code, but I will right now, because the goal is time, not to be innovative on the approach. The goal is to just get this done. I'm going to look at my old code, see how I approach this, and just run off of that. It's nice to mess with this stuff, but this is not the time to do that. This is not a learning moment. This is a doing moment. Just got to give Unity a second to open up the other... oh, it is. Now, does OBS pick this up? Because it might be that because I'm doing a new Unity project that OBS is just not picking up that other one. No, OBS is not picking it. Alright, that's fine. Look at actor. Yeah, OBS is not picking any of this up. That's fine. We're not going to be here for very. I see. I see what. So we never did create one for this. It just kind of got it. Okay. So it looks like we're gonna use So now let's see if this is going to pick up any hits. There we go. So now that this, you know, that this is picking up true on things with, yep, it's already floating. We could see it. Oh no, it's not floating. You just double check because it looks like it. No, we're not floating. Oh, but yeah, now it is. Where are you going? I think it's... I don't know what it's doing. That was weird. Okay. Huh. We're still hitting the ground, right? Yes, we are. This can be 0. We don't really care about it, right? What we need is for radius. Okay, and then if I do this, what happens? Okay, so we got past this part. We don't need this anymore. Next is the floating car part, right? So something weird is happening here. In order for this to be true, grounded hits needs to have something. That's going to be the very first hit here. All right, let's see. All right. Relative velocity. It looks like I'm doing everything right. I think. All right, let's do this. Is that a thing? Oh, cool beans. Wait, does it have it? No. Oh, it does. Awesome. It could be this. No, but dampening was 0. Maybe it's the negative on the displacement that's throwing it off. I had to do it that way in a different context. I think this is keeping me to the ground. Right, and we want to push away for this time, so that might be what the problem is. Alright, let's try it out, see what happens. Okay. Did we crash? Oh, okay. There we go. It was the negative displacement that was doing it. Okay. Let's get some round numbers in there. Right, we can adjust this as we like now. Why does it look like it's going forward? Is it going forward? It is. It's Z is... Alright. It's Z is supposed to be... That tells me that we... freeze its Z position. And we're freezing. I want to keep the Y position the same, or rather not freeze it. So we're just going to freeze the Z position. And we are freezing the rotation. Should be. Let's see. Okay, so we are freezing Z, and the mass, we're increasing this to like, say like 1,000. So let's go like 5 here, 2 here. I think we had like 3 or... I think it was 3 here and then 5 here. I forgot to store it after. Double check. Nice. Okay. That's because we increased the mass. So we need to increase the spring force. You don't need that high of right. I'm doing all right, Apple. Just getting my floating car to work. How are you doing? According to Back to the Future, we should have had it a while ago. If it was I think according to Back to the Future, flying cars should have been normal by like 2014 or something like that. I can't remember. Okay, so then let's go 2.5. All right, I think this is good. I don't know why this is still moving. Like, this should be locked at 0. Somehow the Z keeps changing, but we've locked the rigid body position. I don't know. Whatever. Copy. Ace. Okay, this looks good. 2015. At least that's when the second movie took. Ah, okay, fair enough. All right. So now we just need to get the vehicle to drift left and right, and so we do the handle drift here.
Привет, пешеход. Это Рейзер. Я тут уже без тебя заскучал. Кстати, твоя тачка передает привет. Кажется, я ей больше нравлюсь.
Three, two, one, go!
Oh, thank you. Well, I mean, I didn't compose it, but thank you. It's good for me too. I think I get into the zone easier when I just have some white noise in the background. I just worry whether or not it's too loud or if it's bothering folks. Okay, so we're moving from the present force to the present force. Times the direction at the acceleration times time delta time. think we're forgetting something. Oh, speed. Drift speed. I think we need to clamp this though, right? I feel like we need to clamp this. There we go. So we clamped it to that, and yeah. So we don't need this. Use drift. So what's the playlist name? Tell you right now. One sec. I guess I'll post the link in the chat. This is actually up your alley because I think most of the stuff that I was hearing you listen to on your stream was pretty much within this realm. Chat. Oh, there it is. Okay, there you go. Let's see now. So what were we trying to do? Oh yeah, we were trying to come up with a good pattern for this. So I think this is good. Right? This is wrong. We want to do this. Times the drift speed. There we go. I think this is what I was looking for. So it's a direction times the drift speed, and then we can clamp it to whatever the max is, negative, positive, and we do it at a rate of the acceleration times fixed time to delta time. We take in the present linear velocity before trying to apply this. So we clamp the linear, essentially we're clamping the linear velocity to the drift speed. And then we can do body dot add force. And we'll just take the yeah, we'll just take the direction times the force. And this time we'll use acceleration. There we go. Right, so now this should handle our drifting left and right. So let's add that in. And I guess we're going to take in direction. I don't know if it's classified as an EDM, techno, or trap. Whatever it is, it's my channel. Glad you like it. Okay, so now let's try it again. This time now, so our left and right control should be working. Give it a go. We're not moving. All right. I think we are moving. We're just moving very slowly. Let's increase drift speed and set the drift max to like 15. All right, let's increase things a little bit. Go to 10, 150. Okay, 100. Oh, acceleration. Very on. I mean, we are moving left and right. We are moving. Increase this to 1,000, 10,000. We're just drifting hard to the left now. Alright, what if I press... Okay. That's crazy. So we can go to the right. Easy. Going to the left is kind of rough, though. Okay. And the car is tilting. That's awesome. Okay. I want to listen to Gucci Mane, but it's copyright. I mean, nothing's stopping you. It's just, you know, you just can't really guarantee that your stuff is going to be shown in different regions. They'll lock you out. That's about it. But nothing is stopping you. It's a free internet still. Technically. I also listen to podcasts when I work. I think that might be too much for me. Like, I'm at that point, like when I listen to stuff like that, I'm trying to register new information. So if I'm listening and it's just like too dense while I'm programming, it's just like it's going in one ear, out the other. I guess as like just white noise, it's fine, but I would basically not really be paying attention to anything they're really saying. All right, let's try this a different way. Let's go like this. Okay. So we're going to take the present force, and then we're going to get a target force from that, right? Okay, so that's the current force, and then we want to get like a target force that we're going to apply in order to take the direction and then multiply it by the... That's our ideal, or the target. So now the trick is that we need to smooth it out. That's basically what I'm trying to do. So we take the present force, try to get to the target force. And we go by the acceleration times fixed time dot fixed delta time. Right? And then we just clamp that after. Can you do that? That's like, you can do that in Godot, but you can't do that here. Kind of throwing me for a loop sometimes. Clamp, there we go. Alright. So then we just need to ensure the direction is vector 3 dot right, and then just, oh, whoops. And then we just do typical add force. We take the new dir, multiply it by these step, and force mode, acceleration. And I think we probably want to even multiply this out, so... You know what? It's fine. Let's go back to the engine. What did you say? Oh yeah, I played this Alex Jones game. Regardless of what your thoughts on the guy, the gameplay is decent. I like, it looks like it's very, very, very heavily... I've seen it before. It looks like it's very heavily inspired by Metal Slug, which I remember I played that game, I think it was Metal Slug EX or something like that, and beat it without dying once, but I really enjoyed those games. I played the heck out of them. Okay. Oh yeah, we need to give it some values. So let's say 1 and 1, I guess. I don't know what's going to happen here, but 1,000. Ooh. If I press left, we go right. If I press right, we go right. I thought we were going to get around that by doing this, but apparently not. I'm confused. I think I'm messing something up here. There are two places that we get to set forces. I think that's what's messing this up. So if we absolute this, we just get a positive. Then we're getting the positive here, and then we get the positive here. So we don't need to... Instead, we can do... All right. And so now this would be the direction. Let's try it. That should work. I mean, there's another way that we could go about it. It's probably less code, but I'm getting an exception. What is the exception? Ah. We need to give it values again. So 1, let's say 10, 100. There we go. I actually like my old system better. Yeah, it was just this part. So I was doing the calculation for left and right twice. Once was right here, and the other one was down here. So it was giving a negative negative, which is making it a positive, so you're always going to go to the right. um, so I just turned this into an absolute value. There's an easier way to handle this. Let's do it the easier way, I think. Or just keep it. It doesn't matter. Not really a big deal. All right, so now we're going to. This is the question that I had. So effectively, this is done, right? Because I could simply clamp, which is the thing that I could do next. So I was wondering if what I should do is make it animation controlled or make it physics controlled. I think I'm going to make it animation controlled. So this is done. This class is done for right now. Right? And we're just going to go back over to this engine, and we will just clamp out all rotation. Right? And let's see if we can find a good. So let's say like the drift speed might be 100. 100. And we set the acceleration to that. Just need to find what feels good. That does not feel good at all. So let's increase the ride height a little bit. This is so weird. Okay. Yeah, we need to take a look at what's going on here. This isn't I thought this was fine. This isn't fine. Okay. Let's get rid of this absolute. Direction X. Okay. So now with this being direction X, this can be a negative value. All we have to do is take the target force that we want. Okay, and then we're going to smooth step over to there. We clamp that. And we don't need this right now, I think. We just need... There. Okay, there we go. Yep, that's it. That's perfect. Sort of. I still don't like how the acceleration goes on this, but... Feels like a tank. Let's increase drift speed. There we go. Yeah, thank you. It kind of just fell into place real quick. So now I'm going to let animations control. So this might interest you. So for particle effects, instead of using the particle effects system, I tried out the new Unity VFX system. So I made this real quick. There we go. All right, using that new system. Basically, it's kind of like a shader graph in a way, but for particles. It's pretty cool. I like this much more than the actual particles, the old particle system. Right? I mean, it's really simple stuff. Right? Like, you could first you tell it how many particles you want to spawn. Then this is like the initialization. So each particle runs through initialization. So when you put in values here, you're handling a single particle. You just set in the parameters that you want. You could extend this as much as you want. So I have here like the lifetime. Like, I had to add these in, but it's pretty easy. You just left-click, like, you left-click this initialization area, space, and then you just, like, same thing like shader graph, you type in what you want. And so I just set the lifetime, set the position, the scale, and then plugged in some values. Basically, min-max on the X and Y, and then randomize between the ranges. And it just sets the X and Y, and that's the effect. You know, and then over here to get them to all look away from, or rather look at. Over here, we just do it this. The best part about this is that this is all a scriptable object, right? So it's not like the old particle system where when you make changes, you might accidentally forget to save your changes. Any changes you make here is going to continue even when you come out of play mode, which is just super convenient for me. All right. Yeah, and it's far less intimidating to me also. Like, the old way, when I look at it, I just see all of these collapsible freaking options, and it's like, there's so many redundancies in the options, my eyes just glaze over. Yeah, like, when I switched over to Godot, I would argue that new system, this over here, is actually competitive with Godot's particle system. Like, and Godot's particle system is pretty good. Like, setting it up is very nice. I find, like, you know, like we always have days, like we have UI day, we have particle day, whatever. For Godot, I look forward to going into particle day. You know, like, I know I'm going to have to make some particles. I go in, knock them out. In Unity, I hated going into particles. Like, it had to be part of something else that I just needed at that moment. Or I looked for an asset that did it. I just couldn't deal with it. What were we about to test? This. So this is the road speed, so we can speed up the road. And now we're going. Looks pretty good. What do you think? We're going at 122 miles per hour right now. Let's go at 240. I think as you go faster, I'm going to make it so the field of view increases. So let me change it just to see like what it would look like. So like 67 would be the maximum field of view. Oh no, can't be that high. So it has to be. $65? Yeah, 65 is like your best field of view. Yeah, and let's go even further beyond 500 miles an hour. You can't even see. There's like no sense to this. You legit cannot see any of the details on the terrain. It's just all going. But it feels good, the moving around like that. And then with the speed lines. And when we hit the walls, or is the player thing messing up still? Nope, we're good. Nice. Okay, I'm satisfied. Player controller is feeling good. I like it. Where is the here, you can have some bombs. Yep, that was we managed to get that done. Where is the over here? Where is the oh yes, there it is. Okay, so we have steering. We are not going to do braking and acceleration, I think. We restricted, we have constant forward movement, and we have the rigid body. So this is done. So now we're on to day 2 stuff. So some post-processing, bloom, color grading for neon effects and stuff like that. Integrate the environment assets and a chunking system for the map. As the maps go along, we should get like different things popping up. Okay. Okay, I got you. uh, right. So I think we want to handle, just for the sake of taking care of the easy stuff, post-processing first. So let's see what's going on. Wowza. I like the avatars. I really do. They're fun. I get to throw bombs. It's always fun. Let's see. Okay, so we need to do some post-processing work. I wanted to do a couple of things here. I want to implement some lights on this car, right? But each car is going to be different, is the thing. Let me see what this is. Right? Because each car is going to be different. Let me check what the material changes are. If that light is always red, then fine. But if it's not, then... Okay, look at... Ah, son of a gun. Oh, this is not a real texture anyway. The pink mobile. That's a muddy texture. That texture does not belong to this. Yeah, I think the textures that are legit for the vehicles and somewhere over here. Yeah, do them. Which one was I just on? I think it was purple. Ugh. Was that it? I think this was it, right? Okay, so now I wanted to put some lights on this car. But I was debating if they should be lights or particle effects. Let's try it with lights first. I forgot in Unity, I think it's a point light that I want to use. I'm pretty sure, yeah. Oh, come on. Here we go. Oh, come on. There we go. If you go all the way down to 0, then you get this range increase. That is nice. So if I go like this over, and then we make an animation out of that. What do you think? Like, we just make like a cool animation. Get in there. Yeah, we can right here. Then it comes back around. Nice. Okay. That looks convincing. Yeah, that is sweet. Can I go less? Yes, we can. And what happens if I max this out? Okay. Oh, wait. 0. I don't even know what the heck is going on here. There we go. Okay, and we can probably bake the lighting also. Okay, I got you. Okay. Let's check it what it would look like with 2 of them though, before I do that. How about just that? It's weird. It looks fine. We might need a 3rd one. There we go. Let's run it and see what it looks like. My brain is bending right now. I'm trying to think of a way to get light trails with a stationary object. We could just do animations. I guess. I think it'll look. I think, let's do some post processing. That's what we should actually be doing. Let's see what it looks like in post. I forgot where post processing is. I think it's over here. Yep, there it is. Okay. All right, let's test this stuff out in play. So first we want to, I think, what it was. So we want to do pros. Okay, so let's handle bloom and color grading first. I'm not seeing any effect. Is this even on? Yeah, I don't think this is even working. Maybe it doesn't work with Cinemachine, what I'm thinking. Or maybe it's just a play mode thing. Like, oh, it is working. It's just very subtle. Let's put a skybox in. Maybe that's what it is. I think skyboxes are over here somewhere. Environment. There it is. Do we have skyboxes or no? That is not. That is not the kind of skybox that we want. Sky. Okay. I'm seeing some stuff that isn't good. Yeah, looks like we're gonna have to get some stuff. This is cool, but I'm not sure what the use is. Let's see if that had an effect on the global volume, though. Okay, it did. Bloom intensity. There we go. All right, let's play and see what it looks like when we... Now that we figured out how to get this thing to actually work. I think this gives a cyberpunk vibe. We don't have... Should we? Yeah, let's see. I think I have something here for dirt. Alright, and let's go for some motion blur. Let's increase the speed of things a little bit. Oh, about 80 miles an hour. Actually, let's go to speed limit 55. So basically, obviously the thing that's going to happen is the muffler explosion stuff. Like once you go over here and you come to a stop, like if your velocity is at a certain amount, once you you press a direction that's opposite the direction that you're going in, like that happens. It looks good. How's processing? I still think the animation would look pretty good though, going across. Where is this thing? Where is it? I'm literally just... Oh, there it is. Global ball. I'm like... I was just looking at it. There we go. All right. There we go. I guess we should clamp the motion blur because it's doing some wonky stuff. Pulsa. Bring that. I still wanted to do stuff. I just that stuff. Okay. All right, I think that looks good. We're still missing some stuff, but let's store this information. Oh, it saves it. Awesome. Okay. So the thing that we're missing is headlights. Oh, oops. What the heck just the that was weird. Okay, so that does have an effect. Wasn't sure if it did, but we know that that effect Okay, we figured it out. It just took a second, but we got it. What it looks like over here. You don't actually. That's cool. Blinding, but cool. Okay, -6. Sure. If 60 number. Okay. I think post-processing is good. I think that's where we can leave it off. You can always come back to it later. Not exactly enjoying that weird janky feeling. Feels like there's a slight stutter. Or where that's coming from. Whatever. Not sure where it's coming from, but I think try to get a cyberpunk feel out of this. I think this is it. Now it's just we're not going to start UI yet, but basically it's just like putting speedometers here. Then after that it's all about now it's just a matter of we have to implement the rest of the map to see how it looks with with post in it and refine this what we've already done with post processing, match the terrain that we're going to put in. That's it. What else do we have to do? So I'm going to say post processing heading for processing. Oh, we need to do integrate environment assets and the level generation system. So what time is it? I think we've already been at this for a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to call it here. Thank you guys for joining. That was pretty fun. I've never done a car character, or, sorry, a car controller. For this kind of game, it's not really a car controller. Like we're not letting like wheels control the vehicle. But it's still pretty cool. Run it one more time, just what it is. Right? So it's like we have the road controller over here. So 70. 100. Then we just end up in this ridiculous areas. So I think a part of this is going to be to implement some way of signaling to the player besides just that particle effect for particle effect. Right? Besides just this. But also explain to the player that you're going pretty quickly. So we probably want wind. Something like that. Cross here. What I'm thinking. What's the performance like? Holy cow, the performance in this is total garbage. Why is the performance garbage? There's like literally nothing in this map. Uh, I guess we'll profile later. We don't need to profile right now. Unless it drops to like below 60 FPS. We still have a ton of budget until 60 FPS, but if it drops to 60 before we get to profiling, yeah, we'll look at it. But for now, we'll wait until the profile day before we check that out. We are still partially ahead by part of a day. Not bad. I might come back off stream to hit the level generator because I have a sneaking suspicion, and most of it is going to be mundane stuff. I'll feature the level generator if I do that, just so everyone is like on page. Even though the point of this isn't to show all of the code, it's still. I mean, if people still want to just like have an idea of these concepts of coding, there. But the point of this is just to show that the old code that I had written, pretty much the same stuff that for the previous project, is the same code that I'm using in this project. Like, for example, the way the roads are spawning in, that's the pooler that we used. So if I go to the road controller, show that. Where is it? There we go. So if I go to the road controller and show that, you'll see the pool is right here. You just do pool manager.pull and pass in the object that we want to get. We tell it what the parent is supposed to be. And that's it. That's basically our pool. And we just keep doing that over and over and over again. And you saw the result. The road just keeps recycling its object. Not bad. Okay, let's call it there. That was solid, productive. Thank you guys very much for joining. Have a wonderful